Hello. Fuck. Hope that's all fixed. Had my OBS crash twice trying to start up the stream. Whoops. That's not good. Yeah, it's all good now. Right. Let me just fucking... We're on 60 followers. Damn. Damn. Pretty good. Shit's going pretty good. We're getting a lot of love over on YouTube as well. Life is nice. Life is nice. Life is certainly very fucking nice. Right, let me get that out the way. Rogue Trader. Cloud status unable to sync. Suck my dick. Right. Play. .4% of players. How's our achievements even looking? Yes. I tamed the pit. That's my coolest achievement I have so far. The pit. Doesn't tell you the percentage here. That's fucking dumb shit. Anyway, let's continue. Continue. There we go. Right. Shit sorted. Oh, pardon me, Jesus fuck. 100% it's a lie. Stop. Right. What were we doing? Companion quests, if I remember right. Seems to be my daily ritual. I come on, ask what the fuck was I doing, and then get into some shit. Yeah, we didn't do that. See, this game is dangerous, okay? Because I'm progressing heavily in my Iconoclast playthrough. And all that's on my mind is, I want to do another run. In fact, I want to do another 2 runs. I want to see what all the 3 paths lead you. I am curious at how different they are. I do suspect that they might not be drastically different. At least Iconoclast and Dogmatic might not be that drastically different. But you know, it would be cool. Play different roles as well. I definitely kind of regret becoming officer. It works out, but there's just so much officer characters that are also very good. So it does not feel like I'm filling in a void that is lacking. I don't know who, like, what kind of character I would play as, ideally. I'm a sucker for dual wielding. So I'd probably stick with that. Curious to try out, like, Arch Militant and all that shit. I don't know. You know. We'll think about that when it comes to that.
It would be beneath me to even attempt it.
What are you talking? See, is that? That's much better. Need to get him boots. There is a lot of loot that is very good for like activating like bleeding and shit. That would be quite easy to build around. That's a lot of fucking blades. Get that in my cargo. Look at that. Look at that dodge. That's insane. That's actually really, really good for them. Like, where do I see, like, my crit? Like, my... Is there a way to see, like, detailed stats? Sure there is somewhere. Let's take that anyway. What the fuck is WS? Weapon skill, that's what it is. Sure. Is there a way to see stats? Who knows? Who bloody knows? Oh, I can scroll through everyone. I didn't know that. How did I not know that? I don't fucking know. She doesn't have boots either. I need some alien boots, bruh. Sure. That's better. Sure, that's better than nothing, I get at least. Let's just continue on. Right, where does we need to go footfall? try and get there. Bowelstone. Well, we'll be stopping by there anyway, so that's fine. Don't I have a planet? Holy shit, look at all that shit. Here? Yeah. Scan. It's like the Pilgrim's records were true. The augurs managed to locate the shapes of several Imperial buildings under the layers of snow and ice, though one can only guess what purpose they used to serve. We're gonna change the planet's climate without support of the Imperium. Easy. After deliberating, the senior officers unanimously decided that only Adeptus Mechanicus possesses the technologies required for projects of such a massive scale. The rogue trader should contact their representatives in the Cronus Expanse and secure for future cooperation. I shall. I believe they're on footfall as well, so we're going by there anyway. Unforeseen event. An officer of the Augur team reports that this world, covered in thick forests and steep mountain ranges, is of no particular interest except for one fact. A fierce battle has unfolded between a group of Xenos. A multitude of small ships are concentrated around one area, some of them heavily damaged or outright destroyed. Around the cluster of ships, scanners detect a plethora of xenoforms employing unidentified weapons and technology. Sounds like I could use that. Marazai supposes that in this location the surviving warriors of the Reaving Tempest could engage their pursuers from the other cabals that crave their deaths. The Xenos is determined to land on the planet and meet with the Drukhari from his cabal, or unceremoniously barge into battle. Whoever the enemies may be, the Xenos demands that Lord Captain's best warriors set out with him. Marazai can take part in the melee alongside the assault squad. We got some artifacts. Nice! Archaeotech. That's pretty good. It's a melta. After several long hours, Marazai's shuttle finally docks with the rogue trader's void ship. Of the group that was sent to the planet's surface, only the Xenos returned, covered in blood from head to toe. With a smug, snake-like smile on his face, having evidently enjoyed what happened, Marazai hands the Lord Captain a blood-soaked trophy. Okay. Okay. Jai. Uh-oh. This brother working. Alright, continuing on. No. Dark scourges. A nearby transport hub has been ravaged by a Drukhari raid. Trade is threatened across the whole region. Bolster. Temporary measure preserves the void ships bound for neighboring systems. Fucking hell. Spammers in my DMs. Get the fuck out of here. So all Vox systems on the middle decks started broadcasting. Yeah, we've had that before. That ain't nothing new. How you doing, OGP? Nothing. Yes. Not bad. Good, good. I'm doing good. I'm just chilling, playing some video games. Life is good. The Inquisition have declared martial law in the station due to the threat of Malleus Extremis. Docking will require special permission, and even most of the asteroids have been cordoned off. The station's custodian, Her Ladyship Incendia Corda, sends her greetings and invites your lordship to disembark at the docks with a small retinue. Her enforcers will meet you there to escort to another chamber for a private audience. Big Dis, the salve of my heart. Forgive the intrusion, but I have important business with the rogue trader. Ah, Shireen, I simply wish to remind you about my numbskull crew who got themselves captured by some rival Ashmax. The dame is too occupied for schemes, and besides Incendia Corda has already put him in his place, which leaves only Falco. May the Azzy tear his soul to pieces. Pitfall is straight ahead, and I would rather not waste the precious sand still left in the hourglasses of their lives. You never done anything Warhammer? Is it good? It's my technically second Warhammer game if you want to count Darktide, and I think it's really good. It's really approachable, and if you like CRPGs or XCOM, as the combat is reminiscent of XCOM, a little bit more in depth though, it's got a very good story, very well written, so it's a good time. I'd definitely advise picking it up, as long as you're into these kind of games. He threw a wrench into the works, making my trade networks fall apart like a badly assembled chrono. No income, no profits, only damages. All because my right hand is chained up in one of Footfall's asteroids. How about we pay Falco a courtesy visit? I am sure your imposing visage will loosen his tongue, and maybe, just maybe, untie the hands of my crew. Yeah, look into it. Yeah. Well, thanks for popping by. I appreciate it. Have a good sleep. Yep, let's do it. Shireen, have I ever mentioned that you are the most fragrant rosebush in the entire blossoming garden of the Cronus Expanse? Oh. If this is all you have to say, apologies, Lord Captain. What will be your instructions? What other options for landing on Footfall do we have? We have none, Lord Captain. The augurs are reporting that all docking gates are not watched by the enforcers are locked and rigged with explosives. Well, very well. Let us take a look at Footfall's new hospitality. As you wish. Landing. I will have a good one, thank you. Spend a minute on Footfall when you are not deciding our lackluster fates. I would be delighted to see you at my Amicar in the Amescus. I'll tell Octi to set aside some decent wine in case you decide to grace our humble party with your luminous presence. What kind of people will be at this party? Smugglers and thieves? Only my nearest and dearest are invited. Peoples whose visage makes my heart sing, my eyes glisten, and my lips bloom with praises for the exalted one. That's not to say that you won't encounter thieves or smugglers among them. They make up the majority, in fact. some kind of celebration? It is an occasion celebrated on my world, Ifrit. It is the day when a person shows by their actions that they have reached maturity, that their spirit is ennobled. Among the Ifritian nobility, this day is considered more important than other symbolic events, such as the first cry or the day of repose. And by a wonderful coincidence, my Amarikar happens to fall on the day when I also wish to celebrate my acquisition of the Mercantum Tabula Officiale. Well, it would be my pleasure to attend your party. The lowly regulars of the Damascus will be telling their great-grandchildren about the time they had the honor of witnessing your dazzling visit to that unworthy dive, Shireen. That is, of course, if they live long enough to see their great-grandchildren. Oh. Jay is not here. Well, who shall we take then? Pascal? He is good for buffing everyone and doing some killing. Abelard's also just good as well. Marazai, you'd bring him along, get a little bit more used to how he plays. We'll stick with Abelard. I know. My strong boy.
Is there money to be made?
Well, there she is. Hello, Octavia. And Jay. May the gravitational wells on your worlds never lack for grip, just as my heart never lacks for joy at the sight of Rogue Trader von Valancius. I can't believe you actually roped the Rogue Trader into coming to your party. If the Rogue Trader raises a toast to your health, I'll start to believe you really are a princess, and not just a smuggler with the gift of the gab. Take a seat, your lordship. Observe. Jay's friends look exactly as you would expect, like hardened operators of the cold trade, arrayed in the forbidding but glitzy style common to those who like to skirt the limits of the law. One pair in particular catches your eye. A young man and woman twins, it seems. Identical yet distinct from each other. Oh. The man has a lively face and a crazed look in his eyes, while the woman is cold and calm, and seems slightly drowsy. Oh. Octavia readily tops up the glasses on the table, playing the role of consummate host, but you notice that her and Jay's chairs are drawn slightly closer together than usual for a pair who seem connected only by superficial acquaintance. I see. How's your party going? We've been laughing and celebrating life, Shireen, as true friends do. But until your arrival, we were but stars in a moonless sky. Stars in a moonless sky, merely heralding your coming. Now we are happy. Well, I will gladly accept your offer. With no exaggeration, this is the finest Amasak that has ever graced this bar. Jay personally acquired it, as she says, for a special occasion. It seems that you are the special occasion, your lordship. So these are your associates. The precious roses in the garden of my soul, and the golden little bees that bring the honeyed riches to my treasure house. Yes, this is my crew of cold traders. The two identical ones are the trickster twins, my closest associates, Kor, our resident hothead, and this much wiser sister, Tora. Don't let her fool you, your lordship. She's only calling us a precious rose because you're here. When it's just us, I'm lucky if I get the arsehole with the gun. Besides, you are the arsehole with the gun. Because you are the arsehole with the gun. If I dragged you out of as many scrapes as Jay has, that's not the name I'd be using for you. I can tell you that much. Pay no attention to his, your lordship. Kor has nobody to blame but himself for that nickname. Octavia, you and Jay are friends. Friends? She is my worst enemy. The vengeful spirit of retribution sent to punish me for my youthful transgressions. Mistress Hidari has a special gift for knocking me off balance and dragging me into difficulty. I would have barred her from the Amacicus long ago if it weren't for her habit of tossing money around like confetti, and of paying triple for anything she breaks. Do see, Shireen? Do you see the petty, miserly, callous, unforgiving friends that the Exalted One has sent me? What were you talking about before I arrived? Business. My dear Tora, whose mind never strays from the chilly peaks of the mountains of money she's made, was telling me the latest cold trade news. Exciting times are upon us. We're not the only ones being tested for weak spots. Vladaim's set on putting the Ultraquisitors out of business, but it looks like he's got Mercy's blessing to do it. The big beasts are picking off the small ones, I think. Things are only going to get more interesting from here on out. That means it's time for us to step up and become major players, eh? I know a couple of Shengars from the Ultraquisitors. They're dry as you like. We could tell them to cool their heels with us, and they'll be more than willing at the other altars. We could take on Falco, and even blow Vladaim out of the airlock too. Kor, my sweet, before you go chewing fake line with Shingars, you need to clear the altar and hide the pulses. If Vladaim's playing all the lines, he won't touch me. But I don't want to shift the risk into you. There's chatter about the commission. What the fuck is this? Mistress Hidari, allow me to wish you a happy Amicar. Master Mercy could not let such an occasion go unmarked. He sends his warm wishes and a gift. Oh, Falco, I am much obliged, and touched by your presence. May the fire in your heart burn forever bright and hot like the stars of the Kremor system. tell Mercy that this show of his precious attention towards my humble self brought dew to my eyes and a song to my heart. Isn't Falco the one that stole Jay's cargo? Very same, greasy piece of grok shit. But the stars of the Gremor system all died around 100,000 years ago, and the systems around them are a true breeding ground of death. Who is Mercy? Some big mysterious figure in the mission. The Kasbalakas put him here to keep a handle on things and make sure the interests of the senior partners aren't forgotten. If anyone does become a bit forgetful, Mercy comes along. Somebody dies, somebody else panics and empties their pockets. Falco and Mercy aren't officially connected. Falco's just another prosperous mission agent like Jay and other people. But Falco's happy to do Mercy's dirty work for him, and that's why he gets preferential treatment. Where's your present for Jay, Falco? Of course, your lordship, and this gift is from me personally, Mistress Hidari. Let us drink to the Lady of the Hour, Jay Hidari. The assembled group bursts into approving cheers and the bar fills with the sound of clinking glasses. The Amasak tastes extraordinarily expensive, sweeping you into a kaleidoscope of flavours. Tart floral bitterness, honeyed sweetness, and then other, far more refined sensations that are nameless, owing to the small number who can afford to experience them. Bravo, Octi. This Amasak will do me very well. Very well indeed. Even foes are bowing down before Jay Hidari. That is something worth celebrating. And what better way to celebrate than a game? With stakes, naturally. Today is my America, and that's what I want. What do you think, Shireen? Does the rogue trader have anything he's willing to wager? You recognize the tiles in Jay's hand. It is a set of Tan To Lo, a game popular among gamblers. Each player is dealt several tiles, which can be arranged into a pattern of specific value by carefully matching up the maglines. Whoever has the highest value wins. Voidsmen love playing Tan To Lo, which is usually won by either by luck or skill. Tell me the rules. It's easy. Every player is dealt a few tiles, the tiles are connected by maglines, and there's a lot of possible combinations. You arrange the tiles in a design that has a particular value, and whoever has the highest value wins. Well, I shall play. Watch out for his lordship, lads. He was awfully quick to agree just now. I have a sneaking suspicion about how the rogue trader acquired all his countless riches. But I warn you now, playing for money is considered wrong on Ifrit, because gaming is tempting fate. So instead, we're going to play for wishes. Look at hand. You've been dealt a poor hand. You cannot make a high value arrangement from the tiles. I'm going to show my hand. The Exalted One loves me today. What if one doesn't show one's hand? Then you'll have a chance to bow out the game without losing. But you can only do that before somebody announces they're going to show their hand. No luck. Chuckling, Jay tosses her tiles onto the table. Her hand is significantly better than yours or anyone else's. And for my wish, I want everyone to drink to my good fortune. It has already granted me a gift fit for a queen. I'm talking about you, Shireen. May fortune continue to smile upon me. Look at new hand. Now, this one is definitely a good hand. One of the best you can get. It's just us two left, Shireen. I'm going to show my hand. And so am I. The sight of your hand sets everyone at the table into a flurry of excitement. But then the chatter turns into a roar of triumph. Jay's hand is the most valuable in the game. I win again. What should I wish of you, Shireen? Request a kiss when the opportunity presents itself. I love playing for high stakes, Shireen. An excellent suggestion. This is a debt. I will definitely call it in. Tiles are dispersed around the table, forming piles in front of each player. You suddenly feel your body grow heavy. The treacherous Amasak is slowly robbing you of your clarity, of thought and dexterity. Look at tiles. Your hand is not especially good or bad. It is the kind of hand played only by someone desperate who has nothing left to bet. We could cheat. Little bit of cheating. You reach for your goblet and accidentally catch a spare tile with your elbow, sweeping it into your free hand. Now you have an excellent set of tiles, but you would swear that Jay saw your little move. He saw it, said nothing. I'll play. Mine are worse. Looks like you've won, Shireen. I'll be delighted to grant you a wish. The light plays on Jay's dark skin and glints off the silver augmetic on her throat. Moving with grace of a sand snake, she holds your gaze and smiles mischievously. Her dark curls fall across her face, and you see the saucy glint in her eyes through the alluring curtain of hair. This dance is called the Dance of the Captive Ravanian Girl. When the governor of Ifrit, Selim Khan, the bright crushed the Ravanian rebellion, the daughter of the rebel leader was brought to him. The beautiful Nayana. She danced for him, telling him of the struggle of her proud people. And they snatched a weapon from the guard's hand and aimed it at Selim Khan. But the spark of love that had kindled between them that day stopped the Fekaline from igniting in the cartilage, and both Nayana and Selim Khan lived through that day, and then many more days which they spent together. You wouldn't be cheating by any chance, would you? Nah. Well, that's enough betting for me. My luck has been very fickle today. Like Amasak, you can always trust Amasak. It always lies. To Amasak's deceit. The deserved not live, deceived not live to regret it. Fog swaddles your mind in appealing ideas of other ways you could amuse yourself at this party. Surrendering to the maelstrom of chaotic thoughts, you let the all-pervading merriment determine your fate. Oh shit, we got crunk. You got wasted. Hell yeah. Thoughts tumble violently inside your head, periodically ricocheting off the inside of your skull and triggering bursts of piercing pain. Your tongue feels desiccated and shriveled in your mouth, and it scrapes painfully against your teeth. Light. Light is the enemy. Self-awareness returns unbidden, bringing with it an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. Your belargered body violently protests against the very idea of getting out of your soft bed. You hear a soft sigh beside you, looking over. You see dark hair fanned out across your pillow. Jay, who is cozied up next to you, is fast asleep, fully dressed, just as you are. Or perhaps she is not asleep at all. Shireen, you certainly know how to have a good time. Try to remember. You struggle to piece together your fragmented memories of last night's carousing. For some reason, you can clearly recall the ingratiating looks of the wardens as they tried to persuade you to stop, the cries of the beggars to whom you gave an obscenely amount of alms, and the stamping of the servitor that rode you around the station to Jay's unconcealed glee. How'd you end up here? I helped you back to your quarters, and then I couldn't find the door to get you out again. And then you graciously gave up 35% of your bed for me. Yes, I think that's the number our haggling ended on. How did the night end? I don't remember all of it. I think we shot at some people, over their heads. Someone didn't offer us the required amount of respect. Then you said that flying a shuttle was easy, and that you would bet your warrant that you could get us to the ship. We also stripped a man and burnt his clothes because the sight of them offended the exalted one. I can still smell the singed fibers now. Oh. You can smell it too, and you feel slight burn marks on your fingers. You notice one more thing. Your lips feel rough and dry, like they have been nipped over and over by another's teeth. We did not fall into this bed together just to sleep, did we? You don't remember anything at all, Shireen. Neither do I. All the better. What sweet and thrilling scenarios we can imagine to fill in the gaps. Well, we need to make ourselves presentable. Sorry to say that you're right, Shireen. No matter how soft the bed, or how pleasant the company, there is a line we must not cross. I am curiously close to doing exactly that by getting a couple of bottles of delicious medicine for our aching heads. Where's Jace chilling at this point? She is over there. There she is. Let's see if she has anything new.
You are spoiling me with the splendor of your presence again, Shireen. Have you decided
No.
to... Oh,
Oh. Let's go back to Fitfall then. Back we go. Atrium. We must go there. Jay, you're with us. Abelard, you're out. Casa, you're in. Got the girls with us. Let's go. Wish me over slipper. There it is. Me feetsies are getting cold. There we go. Much better. Talk to Cynthia. Zeta. Salutary functional initiated. Glory to House von Valancius. Trade Terminal Zeta 4233 MU. Property of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Explorator Cognizance Fleet. Ready to process incoming requests. State your request. Glory to the Messiah. Who are you? Identification request accepted. Acceptable response found. Here and heed. This unit's identifier is Trade Terminal Zeta 4233 MU. Designated purpose, processing, trading, and informational requests and offers made to the Adeptus Mechanicus Explorator Cognizance Fleet. State your request. Glory to the Messiah. Where's Opticon? Information request accepted. Acceptable response found. Hear and heed. The unit Logis Opticon 22 was instructed to leave and the location Footfall and head to the strategic location Euphrates 2 in order to provide support to the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. After standard rights were performed on Trade Terminal Zeta 4233 MU, it was deemed an adequate functional replacement and received the blessing to process requests at this location Footfall. State your request. Glory to the Messiah. I'd like to make a deal. We'll leave that. Why you keep saying glory to the Messiah? Acceptable response not found, for the following reason. Hear and heed. Request falls outside processing trade and information requests and offers functionality. Try restarting your request. Glory to the Messiah. How are you doing working under Incendia's rule? The unit Rogue Trader Insignia Bastal Corda and the said unit's actions have no significant effect on the operation of this Explorator Cognizance Fleet mission, since the said unit has no jurisdiction over the Adeptus Mechanicus or any assets thereof. Glory to the Messiah. I'd like to make a deal. Failed to parse request. Were you asking to access the trading interface? Requesting access. Oh. I have data on planets. No, I don't. Requesting access to the trading interface. Give me all the loot. I don't want to give them shit yet. Boots. I approve cape. Sure. What? Well, Shireen, what do we have here? A cowardly ashmag who wants to get his paws on my certificate without even working up a sweat. Considering this circumstance currently affecting Footfall, the only fitting place this filth could be hiding is in the sewers. Nasty spot, with a powerful whiff about it. That is true, but I swear to you, Shireen, you won't come up with a better trap for Falco. I know these tunnels like the back of my hand. The most delicious part of all this is that this ashmag chose to go in there. You wish he hadn't, of course. That only if the Ashy doesn't mess things up for us and everything goes to plan. And if it doesn't, my gang are dead, Shireen. One wrong move, one wrong word. Gah. Throwing damn that ashmag. Why is everything so difficult? Perhaps I should just give him the Mercantum Tabula Officiale? Falco's not a complete idiot. He won't risk such a valuable payoff. He'll hold up his end of the deal and give me Tora and the others. How do we get into the tunnels? Most of the passages have been sealed off by Korra's hounds, but there is one they definitely haven't got to. Time to pay a visit to Octi and the Adeptus Amacicus, Shireen. Explain your plan in more detail. The gist is that we need to go down to the sewer tunnels of Footfall, connect a tank of sleeping gas to the old ventilation system, and direct the airflow to Falco's hideout, and of course pray to the Exalted One that the Ashmag's jackals don't spot us. It is true, Shireen. It's going to be a little trickier than it seems. Falco is desperate, so he's bound to have thugs patrolling the tunnels. If we go crashing around down there, he'll know something is afoot. When Falco's feeling jumpy, heads roll. Where are we going to get sleeping gas? What do you take me for? I have acquired it already. Don't worry, I have everything covered. Well, okay, fair enough. To the Amacicus we go, Shireen. Or do you have other pressing business to handle on the way there? Probably. Leveled up. Noise. Persuasion. Sure. Commerce. Yeah. Xenos. Sure. Demolition. Sure. Or sure. Awareness. Sure. Drop a save. What the hell?
I always keep my options open.
Sister Argenta, tell me, how do you call the heart to humility when it is overcome with jealousy and doubt?
Fill your soul with pure love for the God Emperor, and all doubts of the heart will at once be hollow.
Keep your wits about you.
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on here?
I always have a backup plan. Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
What you got?
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Boots.
My
Open.
pleasure.
Is there money to be made? I always keep my options open.
This bitch do like fire. Baron Dusk von Valancius. I have been informed of your arrival. exhaustion has crisscrossed Incendia's features with lines. Her cheek is twisted in a continuous nervous tick. Yet her eyes are ablaze with indomitable resolve. A brilliant aura of power and righteous fury surrounds her like a mantle. She gracefully brings a gold-plated inhaler to her lips, takes a deep breath, and the fire in her gaze blares like a plasma thruster. What is this abominable act his daughter is committing? There must be a reason. Examine. One look at Insignia's full dress uniform shows that it has not been changed in many days. The collar is greasy and the laces are stained with sweat. The air is tinged with the smell of an inhaled stimulant that's used to give serfs the ability to work multiple watches without rest. What is that? I must know the taste of a criminal's thoughts. It is how I learn to recognize their patterns. She eats brains. Fucking disgusting. A pure soul cannot conceive or fathom the workings of a criminal mind. Weak embrace their ignorance, whilst the strong banish it. If only you knew what it's like to be familiar with every shade of corruption that lurks in depraved souls. You know not the first thing about perceiving it, sensing it, peering into people's souls and seeing the heinous therein. You do not know what it's like to look at their faces and see the brand of their impious deeds. But I know it all too well, and none will escape my wrath. What manner of slaughterhouse is this? Some atrocity? Atrocious travesty of justice? This is true justice, unprejudiced, inescapable, and equally merciless to all. The Lord Inquisitor has bestowed upon me the honour of bringing order to this cesspool of pirates and heretics, to rid Footfall of the corruption that has fettered its limbs and turned this imperial station into a hotbed of free-thinking and inefficiency. And I will not rest until all have been judged. This is no tribunal, this is slaughter. As loath as my soul is to concur with Vecinos, it is indeed. It must have been the Emperor's providence that brought you here to my court. It would be my pleasure to indict you for the crimes you have committed. And what is it you wish to judge me for? Let us weigh the gravity of your transgressions, Anna Dusk, and learn how you have sullied yourself in the Emperor's eyes. Everyone knows how freely you interpret the strict prohibitions of the Emperor. With a feeble heart you grant mercy to those who do not deserve it. You do not punish transgressions with the utmost severity, and you do not strike terror into your subjects that will bring them to pious trepidation. You waste your energy and attention on the needs of the non-entities instead of turning them to his service. Under your hand, dangerous free-thinking and satanly flourish, and will soon swell with the plagues of anarchy and decadence. I deem evidence against you sufficient to cast you as an enemy of humanity. Is that right? I have just broken out after being held captive by Xenos in Comera, and butchering my way through scores of enemies of humanity. Tell me, am I truly the greatest enemy of the Imperium you have been able to find? That you are loathed and feared by the enemies of humanity does not make you pure in the eyes of the Emperor, but perhaps he saw fit to set you on a different path, one of wretched genocide and blood-soaked redemption of your faults. I would never dare go against his will. Well, those of you who acknowledge me as your sovereign are viewed by the law as subjects of House von Valancius, and therefore are exempt from Corda's judgment. I will take you aboard my ship. The hopeful crowd in the atrium starts hysterically clamouring their oaths of fealty to House von Valancius. Not one of them thinks twice about clutching at the life-saving straw you have offered them. That's right, bitch. Take this pitiful gaggle of miscreants, Iron Dusk, if you so desire. My trial will not end here. I have the whole of Footfall to judge. So you're in charge now? Indeed I am. When the Lord Inquisitor enacted martial law in the Expanse, I offered him my support at once. Footfall was chosen as the Lord Inquisitor's headquarters, and the position of Footfall's liege was temporarily abolished while this war lasts. Or perhaps longer than that. All authority was transferred to the station's warden, to me. While the Lord Inquisitor is preoccupied with the matters of strategic planning, I am tasked with scrutiny and order. And there is much to do on that front. Pirates and smugglers, apostates and cold traders, deserters and outlaws, every one of them warrants attention. Tell you're quite popular with the locals. This attempt was mediocre and far from the first, but my enforcers and my throne keep me safe. Its refractor field is impervious even to tank shells. That thief Takara had the sacred Drusian relic stashed in one of his storerooms. What makes you think you're entitled to govern this place as you see fit? Such is the law of Footfall. Any rogue trader who arrives here assumes the right of absolute authority. Surely it is not that cutthroat Takara who deserves to rule this station. He will soon be hanging from a noose, and so will his Kaspalakan henchmen. And so will those Anver firebrands whose outrageous activities brought Footfall so much grief. Once you hindered my efforts to subdue this station, and yet here I am now, dispensing justice to the wicked. I only regret that I was unable to get started sooner. Then Takara's troublemakers would have already been crushed instead of lurking in cargo bays and maintenance tunnels. Regardless, I will deal with them soon enough. Who do you judge? All of them. Thieves, smugglers, pirates, traitors, heretics, deserters, abattoirs, harbourers, cowards, and perjurers. Any who has ever trespassed, any who has ever protected a miscreant or kept quiet about a crime they knew of, they will all be condemned. More and more new convicts are being granted the great boon of undergoing servitude imperatus, and having rid themselves of sin, full consciousness of serving the Imperium free from doubt and weakness, Footfall will once again become a bastion of law and righteousness. I will eradicate all heresy that prevents the faithless from giving themselves over to the good of toiling in his name. How long has your court been in session already? 3 weeks. The court carries on day and night, so my sense of time eludes me. Admit it, you simply enjoy turning people into slaves. Why do you feel the need to come up with excuses for sowing carnage? Not carnage, but judgment. His judgment. And I know of no delight other than that of serving him. The universe is a terrifying place. We are surrounded by the arch-enemy's machinations and Xeno scum who would deny us our right to exist. The threat is inconceivable, and human weakness will not help us avert it. If man is weak, I rid him of his spineless and feebleness, endowing him with a sacred narrowness of mind and eradicating all that prevents him from utilizing his whole self in the service of the Imperium. She's not lying. You can tell by her eyes and her voice, trembling with earnest faith, that Insignia genuinely believes that every word that she said. Where's the Inquisitor? In the Liege's chambers, coordinating the Expanse's defense. His attention is focused on matters of vital importance. He is not seeing any supplicants. Your lordship cannot see the Lord Inquisitor now, however, he bade to inform your lordship that he will summon you later when the circumstances permit him doing so. We will see whether Footfall will thank the Emperor for your reign. In due time, I will weed out all the taint that has bred here on Footfall for so long, and then pious fear, loyalty, and devotion will once again become the pillars of this station under his watchful eye. What happened between you and Winterscale? Winterscale is a traitor. While the Expanse burns, ravaged by heretics and unhallowed Xenos, he abandoned his duty completely and had the nerve to ignore the Lord Inquisitor's call to battle. My servants are taking over his worlds and ships, while he is hiding from reckoning and indulging his base urges. Soon enough, he too will stand before judgment. Yeah, I'd rather side with Winterscale, to be fair. If you ask me, you're simply using the situation to plunder his protectorate. Should he call upon House von Valancius for help, we shall answer. I do so enjoy candor. When the one who stands before the court admits openly that he shares the beliefs of someone about to be pronounced an outright anarchist and traitor to the Imperium, I say such a confession should earn a swift and less agonizing execution. Get the fuck off, Footfall. That's what I think. Go ahead, give me a reason. The Lord Inquisitor's instructions were to maintain order and ensure his allies' safety, using any methods, however extreme they may have to be. If her ladyship is gravely threatened, we are authorized to detonate the dome over this sector. Doing so So will trigger an explosive decompression. The attackers will be destroyed during decompressurization, while her ladyship will be protected by the field projected by her throne. I urge you not to take steps that might be interpreted as an act of aggression. Whatever. Whatever, mate. Wait, you have a duty to the Emperor that you must see to. Ladeum Takara, the deplorable rebel who once ruled this station, has slipped away from me. He is instigating the people to revolt, killing my servants and hiding from my wrath in with the dexterity of a void rat. My informers claim that he often appears in the den of unrest that bears the relevant name of the Adeptus Amacus. We have made several attempts to arrest him, yet he evaded capture each time. Reverend Hieronymus has gone there to convince him to surrender quietly, but his efforts have likewise been unsuccessful. In the interest of Footfall's integrity, Takara must be apprehended. As the rogue trader in authority, I order you to aid me in bringing him to justice. The asteroids where the Adeptus Amacus is located has been cordoned off, but my enforcer will take you there. I want you to lure Takara out of his hole and seize him so that he may stand trial. Do this for the sake of Footfall's liberation and pave the road that my justice will tread. Some of the people you wish to execute are useful to me. I purchase valuable equipment from them. Scoundrels and thieves will be replaced by honest suppliers. Even degenerates, such as the Kaspalika, can be of some use in the coming crisis, but their willful leaders need to be replaced with more pliable and trepidatious successors. It is the only way for us to protect ourselves from being stabbed in the back. Announced him a criminal. Why wouldn't I? That vile rogue's infamy is known to all. He patronized thieves, smugglers, and pirates. By his allowance, heresies and unholy cults flourished. That he has evaded punishment this long can only be described as gross negligence, which I intend to rectify before long. What do I stand to gain? Does it not satisfy you that order and imperial compliance will be restored on Footfall? I see you adorned too much from Theodora, namely her hubris, greed, and indifference to duty. Why did Hieronymus go to the Adeptus Amacus? Reverend Hieronymus headed there, where the rebels are seen most often, so he could preach to them and sway them to repent. Alas, he still cannot see the difference between those who have erred and those who are beyond any hope of redemption. Sure, I will lie to you. I don't think I'll fucking help her. Fuck that. Your cooperation will be taken into account. But remember, none of the rebel leaders are allowed to die before their trial. I forbid you to execute them without my leave. I'd rather fucking execute you, you fucking bitch. She's a bit nut about us, mate.
I always have a backup plan.
I was taught that Xenos were abhorrent creatures. But you do not look terrifying. You look unusual, as do I.
Naive child. You are a monster to your own kind. Were it not for your third eye that sees Cheyenne, the thread of your fate would have been severed at birth.
true. That is true.
Let us not dawdle.
Let us not dawdle.
The whispers told me a secret.
Always keep your eye on
Ooh.
the prize.
Suit. Gleeing quietly.
Is there money to be made?
Duty prevails.
Improvised explosive.
I always keep my options open. Keep your wits about you. I always have a backup plan. Always keep your eye on the prize. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Okay.
Is there money to be made?
Fucking bitch is wild. Martyr's endurance. Time is it? Ugh.
I always have a backup plan.
Oops. You have no other options, Riza. If you abandon Footfall to Corda and flee, where are you going to sell your goods or restock your supplies? It will be a slow death for all of you. No missiles, no water, no air. So quit bargaining with the inevitable and follow the plan. Your plan is a suicide pact. You have no allies, no weapons, no nothing. You're trying to play above your league. Warhemmer. You've taken on a rogue trader dynasty with only a handful of cutthroats and a couple of guns to your name. I see your march to the gallows is more of a gallop. Do carry on. You are hard to ignore, your lordship. You have a habit of radically altering the state of affairs wherever and whenever you become involved. Greetings, your lordship. And as for you, Warhemmer, I've got nothing to add. Your plans utter crap, and the kind of gamble I don't take. I'll leave you to think about your prospects and maybe realise that using my shuttle would be a better idea. While the shutter and I are still here. By the throne's radiance, Vladaeum, if you don't tell me this very moment where you and Falco are keeping my guys. I don't do business with rats, Hidari. And surprisingly enough, I don't mean you this time. In that case, pray to the Exalted One that Falco confirms what you said before he dies. Forgive my brazenness, Shireen. He's all yours. Luke. How's the station faring? It's turned into a kingdom of death. Executing protesters, cracking down on corrupt traders, and suppressing dissidents are all good, useful policies within reasonable limits. I've used them myself, in fact. However, with Lady Corda, reasonable limits are a distant memory at this point. Fortunately, I've been preparing for that turn of events ever since the first time that hag tried to take Footfall. You helped us then, giving me time to organise. I set up weapon caches, enlisted more fighters, and deleted my agent's data from the Cognator network. When Corda took power, she thought she'd won, but the station was still mine, to an extent. My little army is waging war on the enforcers. We slaughter patrols, wrestle back detainees, and punish those who collaborate with the enemy, or too close to someone who does. Insignia has her reprisals and I have mine. Everyone must remember that there are consequences for collaborating with the occupation force. I see your position of power has not changed you. Still the bandit you always were. Old habits never go away. I'll admit, I didn't exactly miss the days of my youth, but to find myself in the lines of fire again is invigorating. Your lordship, perhaps you have little love to spare for me, nor have you built a strong alliance with the organisation I'm a member of. But if looking at the new order of things on Footfall gives you a tiny suspicion that it's damned madness, step in and help me stop it. What kind of help do you expect from me? A general uprising will be doomed. The enforcers have isolated the asteroids we can't strike out against Incendia. She has the greater numbers and her throne's refractor field will protect her from any attack. So we'll ask her ladyship to come to us. Exploiting her overconfidence, if she wants my blood, let her come and spill it. She knows we use the Amacicus as our meeting place. If you let the enforcers know I can be found and grabbed here, she will come. Hardly with her throne in tow, I imagine. We'll lure her into a trap, kill her, and take back Footfall. What's your force looking like? However much Corda would like to believe she's kicked the Caspalica out of Footfall, she hasn't. We've scattered all over the station, laying low, and there's enough of us to cause trouble. A small band of my most daring cutthroat staff members, who were by my side when I came to power, business partners, who still remember that any venture is only as reliable as the grip of the venturer's hand on their pistol. Add to that the group of Xenos mercenaries which my colleagues from the Caspalica mission have provided me with. A radical solution, I know, but they don't care who they kill as long as I pay them. And I have the means to pay them. We would have greater numbers if Riza wasn't so damnably cautious, and Hieronymus did us a favour and shut his preaching trap. I would have long thrown the good reverend for a loop, if it weren't for the fanatical mob that would show up here to avenge him. What does Riza have a problem with? She has misgivings about the prospect of our cooperation. The old rogue prefers not to pick fights unless our victory has a foregone conclusion. Right now she seems to be planning on fleeing rather than fighting. She needs the right kind of motivation. What a shame. There's no one the cold bitch values enough for me to take them hostage. News of Sidious death is hardly going to please the Lord Inquisitor. Considering Calcasar has never once interfered in the station's affairs, he doesn't care about Footfall. This means he also doesn't care who runs the station, so long as things are quiet on it. I'm going to make sure things are quiet. Granted, he did give Corda a security detail, but if she's already dead, and her death doesn't smell of deadly heresy, he likely won't bother to investigate. The Lord Inquisitor will simply entrust governance to someone who won't cause him problems. Me. I realise it's a bold hypothesis, and the Lord Inquisitor may have me hanged for Corda's death, but my life is at stake as it is, so I may as well take the risk. Why did Riza call you Vakamo? Old nicknames die as hard as old habits. I used to be known by that name at this station. The Vlacamo is a myth. Malicious spirits stalking for prey in Footfall's empty sectors. I had a terrible reputation when I was young. Why has Hieronymus shown up here? He preaches repentance. Corda sent him here to make us lay down our arms and renounce our rebellious ways. But he seems taken aback by the scale of Lady Insignia's purges, which opens up possibilities. If we put pressure on him, he'll bring over zealots who'll tear apart whoever he points the finger at. Useful man. I regret not establishing rapport with him sooner. Why would I take part in this? Because this critically important station in the Expanse is about to become a graveyard. Once commerce dies, merchants will turn to piracy. What else could they do? Connections between worlds will be weakened, since Corda will make short work of astropaths as soon as she gets to them. And Corda, do you think Footfall will be enough for her? No, she'll march on, perhaps to your worlds as well. Besides, your lordship has not yet considered the possibilities that working with the Caspalica mission opens up. Now is the perfect moment for you to gain a new ally. In a time of crisis, every friendship is valuable. In Cindia, Corda has nothing to offer you, while my organization's gratitude is guaranteed. Between losing an influential partner and strengthening your ties with them, I'm sure you'll opt for the latter. I've understood your plan. I'd like to make a deal with the Casablanca. Rightfully, your lordship, I have nothing to offer you at the moment. My access to assets you're interested in have been temporarily restricted. It's going to take putting a bullet through a couple of heads for me to once again be able to offer an adequate range of merchandise. Okay. I will help you overthrow Corda. Each second of our continued rule will cost the lives of hundreds of innocent people. Thank you, Lord Captain. As filthy a place Footfall was, blood and tears wouldn't wash away that filth. They'd only make the stench worse. Agreed. I'm glad you're with us, your lordship. This is a fight we must be well prepared for. As a colleague of mine used to say, if your brain doesn't hurt from all the thinking of where to hide, it'll find out even your skull isn't thick enough once the fight is on. Which sounds especially ironic considering how he died. I'd like to ask your opinion on how prepared we are to entertain Lady Incendia. Perhaps some of those who've gathered in here will support us. Reza's people, Hieronymus's sailors, even Octavia's regulars. We can use whoever we can get. If you think that it may be worth fortifying our position or preparing a few surprises for our guests, my people and arsenal are at your disposal. All you have to do is say the word. As soon as we're ready, send Corda a message saying I'm here, let her come. We'll settle our differences the Footfall way, with a gunfight. We'll go take a look around then. We got a bolster our folks. Hieronymus, Magi. Why are you preaching here among rebels? It's not rebels that I see fools and malefactors whose weakness made them reject the law of the Imperium, who need of repentance and instruction. Had I come here earlier, perhaps I would have been able to prevent this heretical insurrection. What do you see, rogue trader? I see frightened people trying to save their lives. You're entirely right, but it is not their lives that they should be saving, it is their souls that are truly in peril. I need to up your rep. child a pirate among your brethren. Chaplain is a deeply believing servant of the Emperor. Few are intimately familiar with human vice as him, and that is what fills his words with sincerity. His flock heeds and respects him. And as for all the hardened rascals and cutthroats who are part of that flock, why not? Our doctrine shuns no one, so long as they're willing to receive its word with an open soul. Yep, it is commendable. I take no credit for that. They all chose that path for themselves. I merely point out that the path is open to all, and instruct those who have started their journey to redemption. For thus Saint Drusus taught us. I want to stop, Insignia. Help me. Are you openly declaring your intent to move against an exactor of the Emperor's justice? And why should I? Her mentor in the faith help you commit that act of treachery. Saint Drusus is a doctrine of redemption, but Insignia has forgotten about that. Now, what else may she have forgotten? Indeed, her fervour frightens me. Sometimes I feel she takes pleasure in doling out punishment and revels in her own power. She has forgotten that punishments exist to purify his servants and return them to his light, so that they may continue this service. Senseless slaughter is at odds with that goal. I regret never managing to drive that point home to her. Now you have banished any my doubt. I will do what must be done. Saint Drusus's faithful will aid you in battle. Well, goodbye, Reverend. Good. Good. Give. Chaplain. Your Lordship, it is nice to see that Saint Drusus has protected your neck from the heretics and Xenos since we last met. Shame how it always sad events that bring us together. The previous time was at a funeral, and now it feels like half of Footfall needs a memorial service. How fares Adelia? Safe and sound in my care, Your Lordship. Barely any time has passed, and I already think of her as my own. And the girl herself clings to me. She took to learning the ways of voidfaring with gusto. She is already better at numbers than me, a true trade captain in the making. I hid her somewhere safe for now. It's a bad time for the girl to be in Footfall. She has seen enough woe and blood as is. More than enough. What's your opinion on the sitch? Honestly, perhaps this began as a cleansing, but since day one it's admittedly been looked more like a frenzy of fanaticism. Granted, people with a clear consciousness had always been few and far between on Footfall, but is that a reason to exterminate everyone for the pettiest infractions? Saint Drusus teaches us to bring people back to the Emperor's light, and only punish by death those who've crossed the forbidden line and turned away from him irrevocably. In my own living proof that even a thoroughly rotten scoundrel can take the path of redemption, and we are in such deep retreat from the heresy we're battling with that flamethrower and the noose are the only tools we have left. Shame that Reverend Hieronymus won't listen to me. He is too zealous. He sees the face of vice too clearly and finds it too abhorrent. Looking at footfall makes him sick, so he welcomes its cleansing. What are you doing here? Same as always, bringing the Emperor's light to the lowly and downtrodden. I'm over my head at work. The station's teeming with hungry, maimed, and frightened people. Her ladyship, Insignia, in her righteous zeal, doesn't see the atrocities her forcers commit in the Shadow Quarters. Using her name as their shield, I interfere wherever I can, but I'm almost spent. Helping everyone is more than I can do. May Saint Drusus help you, your lordship. Well, you'll be glad to know that I've convinced Hieronymus to help me. Let's drink to her infallible ladyship Corda's mercy and good judgment. Wherever they are right now. You're quite the poet, Octi. Yes, indeed. One would hate it if Lady Corda's ill health affected our own. Have you, by any chance, run into Lady Corda's good judgment on your journeys, your lordship? Oh, Octi, I've missed the fiery sunset of your hair, Shireen. Sorry I haven't brought any gifts today, but we are certainly going down another round or two. Shut up, Derry. You come back alive and that's good enough. And don't beat about the bush. I know exactly the reason you've come to Footfall in such a rush. But Jay, your guys got killed. Every last one of them. Before Corda was even here. Some were found dismembered in the Shadow Quarters. Some became a heap of ash at the crematorium. And the luckiest ones got launched into station orbit by Falco, so that everyone could see how much he despised you and your patron. If the rogue traitor will pardon me for saying it. That Ashmag. No, there's something he needs from me, so not all of them are dead. Or at any rate, it will be better for him if some aren't. Where is he, Octi? Speak. You know very well where. The sewers are where that rat belongs. You know. He was going to rat us all out to Corda, including Vladaeum. You should have seen Falco's face when Vladaeum led the Inquisitor's dogs to him first. Got anything strong? For you, always. Lord Winterscale's favourite blend. So good, it's not entirely legal. However, during his last visit, his lordship told me to put a bottle aside for his return, and who knows if he'll ever return here now. Be a waste. Here's to the fall of Insignia. Your courage and forthrightness are admirable, my lord. Down with Corda. Have you been doing here? Badly. We're in no mood to lay down and die yet. There are still people who can't stand Corda's regime, and they are fighting a sting a day. Always somewhere new. The Dame may be on the run, but he still has people loyal to him. He'd have had more if it weren't for Reverend Hieronymus. Many fell for his sermons and took to repenting and confessing. He turned so many to the faith that they don't dare touch him anymore. The old man's a force to be reckoned with now. You're afraid the enforcers will come for you eventually. If they show up, I'll blow up the martyr's endurance before I let those butchers take me alive. And for now, I'll be behind the bar, refueling my roughnecks. It's a rotten thing for a captain to abandon ship, isn't it, your lordship? Some captain, if I'd you, I'd scram while the scramming's good. I know you're attached to the massacres, but this hole isn't worth dying for. I have a shuttle hidden away nearby, so we could take off right now. Calm down, Risa. I'm not holding you here, so don't try and drag me away either. Risa and I need to exchange a few words. Here's your lordship's service. Show me your loot. Boom. Bang. Boom. Oops. Oh well. Whoa. Oh, yeah, this is all shit we've seen. The dame needs your help. Your lordship, his plan is the death throes of a cornered and condemned man who's grasping at imaginary straws. The Vlachemo was once smart, shrewd, and wily. Or wily? But now he's simply refusing to admit he's already lost. We modest dealers are no match for a rogue trader. It would be different, of course, if we were strongly motivated or had a rogue trader on our side. Spoken like a cowardly crone, not a dreaded pirate captain. Don't talk to me like that, your lordship. The times we're living in. Barely anyone in the Expanse remembers who old Rizza is. I'm not getting any respect anymore. That means they need a reminder, and they're going to get one. Oh, what the warp. My crew and I will take part in your little uprising, but don't ask me for details. Old Rizza prefers to keep quiet about the backside of her insidious and sudden strikes. You haven't been cahooting with arch enemy's forces, have you? What? You're like her ladyship now? One look and you can tell the wickedness from the righteous? I suppose it's easy enough to guess that a pirate has a misdeed or two to her name. But no one has ever accused me of serving the arch enemy before. You would me, your lordship. That's fine. Octavia, we have a plan for stopping Corda. Your help will be of use. And by we, you mean you and Vladeim. He always has a plan. But it's by far not always been the best plan. Why should I believe in your idea? This is not about whose idea it is, but who we are doing it for. For the people of Footfall, for you, Octavia, for your freedom from an insane zealot's reign of terror. You sure know how to be persuasive, your lordship. You're right. You're ready to risk your life for us, and I'm here I am being picky like a noble offered a Nutribar made of ground corpses. You can count on me. I don't have any fighters, but I do have a shipment of non-human weapons. Lethal, but with no guarantee of quality. Figuring out how it even works is tricky enough. But that still beats the junk Vladeim's cutthroats are armed with. They can have a round on the house. I'll leave you to your conversation. How am I doing on my shit? Okay, I am on Vatari. What's up? I need to be fanatic. Okay. I gotta work on my iconoclast. Xenoses. Cruise.
I always get the job done.
I am very much
Always
for
keep
the
your eye
people.
on the prize.
Logic. 95%.
One and it's done.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Deck use.
And done.
Ooh.
I failed.
Oof.
Keep your wits about you. I always keep my options open.
Yeah, mine now.
Is there money to be made? Always keep your eye on the prize.
I better myself through my service.
Go sort these guys out. I'm getting fucking hungry. I'll need to go to the shop soon. Welcome to the Kingdom of Thieves, Killers and Smugglers, Shireen. All the finest goods on footfall, every last one of them, have passed through these tunnels. Finest goods on footfall. Does that make this place some sort of monkey trading hall? Really? I was actually trying to bring a little levity. I wasn't seriously describing. As I said before, Valkals Drackles are patrolling every nook and cranny of this accursed place. See those scumbags over there? We need to avoid them and not draw any attention to ourselves, or else we might as well dump a pile of grok shit all over our plan. But now we are going to follow the plan. If you will allow me, Shireen, I will refresh your memory. Avoiding the patrol, we reach this sewer canal and we follow it to the east almost until the very end. We connect the gas cylinder to the special intake. Ironically enough, it was previously used for cleaning the air. Then we need to turn the valves in a few spots so that the gas reaches the correct chamber. I wish I knew exactly where that Ashmak was holding up. Skulk in the shadows to hide from battle. These things are beneath his warriors, but for the sake of saving the innocents, I will dim the flame in my soul that urges me to charge openly at the enemy's ranks. Good. Drop a save just in case shit goes Pete Tong.
Let us not dawdle. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Never doubt me.
I always have a backup plan.
Hitch.
A job for me. The Emperor favors me today. Aha! Found it. I better myself through my service.
Keep your wits about you. I always keep my options open.
I have an eye for treasure. One and it's done.
Always keep your eye on the prize. Rise to the top or get left in the dust. I always have a
better at
backup plan.
searching.
And done.
Keep a sharp eye.
A job for me.
Keep your wits about you. Is there money to be made? Always keep your eye on the prize. Let us not dawdle. I always have a backup plan.
Watch your steps.
Drop in a save.
Keep your wits about you.
Join me in prayer. See? Right there. Duty prevails. Carry the Emperor's will as your torch. More enemies to face judgment. We are truly blessed this day.
Bruh.
I always keep my options open.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows. Onward! The Emperor favors me today. Cast your eye there. I better myself through my service. What deeds await us? The light of terror shines for us. Let's proceed. Onward.
Is there money to be made?
Okay.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
for no creature.
Son of a cunt.
Let us not dawdle. To arms!
Suck my cock.
Keep your wits about you. I always have a backup plan.
Suffer not the heretic to live!
Oh.
I always keep my options open. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. Your demise is
course to see you
already
there.
calculated. Rushna Dordal. Keep your wits about you.
Peace.
One and it's done.
Sleepy time.
I always have a backup plan.
Wake up, Dora. Come on, you bloody Kashka. Wake up. Jay, get out of here. It's a trap. He won't whip you, though. Oh, that exalted one. What's that ass mag done to your poor face? Lie in my soul. He will die here. Like the scum that he is, Shireen. It's what he deserves. Oh, that's a bit too savage, like, Jesus Christ. You do it. Whack him. That's for my brother, you piece of shit. Well, Shireen, from now on, Footfall can sleep soundly. The foulest wart in its rusted body has finally been burnt off by none other than Jay Hidari. And her wonderful patron, of course. I'll admit I'm still struggling to wrap my head around what's happened. I need to go over some things with my guys. I'm sure I'll have advice and instructions to hand out. As for our little adventure, let's talk about it back on the ship, in a more private setting. Give me your shit, yo. Oh. Why does he have Chukarai route?
Is there money to be made?
Oh, excuse me.
Always keep your eye on the prize. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Guess this is still the exit. Get us out of here! Oh, pardon me.
I always keep my options open.
Right, let's go speak to Vladimir. Your lordship? That's going to start off a fight. I'll tell you what. I'll go to the shop right now. Let me go BRB. Go to the shop right now. I will be 5, 10 minutes. And then we'll do this fight. I return. I made myself a sausage. Wow. Also, I'm not wearing my hoodie, so you can admire my fucking bald ass head. That needs a haircut sometime soon. Holy fuck. That's hot. That's real fucking hot. I'll leave that for a bit. Right, I see no issue with letting Insignia know that you are here. Get ready, your enemies will be here soon. I will send my least important associates to the entrance to take the brunt of the initial assault. That should thin our guests' numbers. I'd almost forgotten how much I love all this.
I'll make an example out of you!
To the death!
I'll make an example out of you! Rebels and heretics, I, rogue trader Insignia Corda, master of footfall and defender of justice, am ordering you to lay down your arms. Harsh justice awaits those who surrender, and ignoble death awaits the rest. Insignia Corda, I, Vladeum the Flacamo, am ordering you to get off my turf before I blow your brains out and throw your corpse for a loop. Hieronymus? Insignia, my daughter, I'm at a loss. You are pursuing a noble goal, yet seeds of horror sprout where you have trodden. Where you have executed one heretic, 3 more are created by the fear you inspire. The Emperor's justice must fill hearts with fervor and reverence, but you only sow grief and misery. Schemes of humanity's enemies take root easily in such soil. Then you, too, have fallen prey to their deceit and trickery, Reverend. Was it not you who preached that mercy breeds connivance at corruption? Well, as you used to say, none are unsullied, and neither are you. Now is the time to lay down your arms and sit down to negotiate. I do not negotiate with heretics or the dead. I like the idea of negotiating as soon as an heir formally succeeds Lady Corda. I'll send a truce envoy to them at once. You leave me no choice, Cynthia. You had a choice to stay loyal to the Emperor or join the ranks of heretics. You made your choice. Gang, kick this lunatic out of my bar.
Never stood a chance.
Well, time for her to die. She's gonna get blasted.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. My Emperor!
Bam.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
If it serves your cause. I understand your intent. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If I must.
Take him out.
Hear you moving.
Dead.
No more. I am not your Xenos pet.
I'm enraged!
But of course. Anything else? Will do. Anything else? Anyone see that?
I'll see to it personally. On it. I'll make it happen.
I understand your intent.
It was good sausage.
This tedium is beneath me. Another soul slips beyond the veil. Hear you moving? No more.
High momentum.
Power resides in the will of the righteous.
Time to blast. Is my
I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. Doubt is for the weak. I refuse. This is why I was chosen. For you, my Emperor! As the Emperor commands. Faith without deeds is... This is why I was chosen!
There we go, finally. Got one guy down.
High momentum.
Do that.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Because. And double this.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oh, wait, we can't because we used it for. We should have attacked first.
That is foolishness. Do not dare ask. If I
Sure.
may.
They did.
Am I getting paid for this?
Elliot. You're going to
me,
absolute
and if you've done
schmacker,
it.
this woman.
I can do that, with the right incentive. If I must.
Giga did.
I deal death with my hands.
Woo-wee! What a mess. Thank you for helping me deal with it, your lordship. Your help has been invaluable, but the Casballica mission will nonetheless try to approximate and match its value in the most generous of terms. Does your lordship have any preference in regard to what should be done with the remains of the lady? Have it be transported to the domain of House Corda. Untouched. Place her ladyship's body in a Cairo vault and take it to her ship. Make sure no damage is done to it. No further damage, that is. We were enemies, of course, but that is no reason to not to act in a civilized manner. Oh, that is tempting. What are you meaning to do next? I'll restore control. I'll free the prisoners and give merchants back their impounded cargo. I'll replace the lowlifes her ladyship put in charge with my own lowlifes. I'll take care of those of the station sectors that are slowly dying in isolation. And of course, I'll send an envoy to the Lord Inquisitor to bring him the news and inform him of my willingness to cooperate. I want Corda's enforcers to not face any reprisals. Let them leave. I'm no butcher. Her ladyship's enforcers may leave the station, except those personally complicit in the killings of my employees' friends and loved ones. I have a responsibility towards them. Congratulations, your lordship. You have one less rival in the Expanse. That I do. And we got rep. Now that we've dealt the pressing issues, do you have any other instructions regarding the station's governance going forward? After all, Footfall is now under your exclusive personal protection. Footfall is exhausted and wounded by Corda's cruelty. Cruelty? I am going to have shelters set up where those in need and pain can find a roof over their heads, sustenance, and medical aid. The entire gathering glorifies your name with a joyful chant. In their eyes, you see hope with a dash of mistrust. The station's inhabitants aren't used to such a magnanimity. However, something in your voice gives them hope that you're not putting on a show, and that perhaps this is the beginning of a new and less grim period in the station's history. Good. Soda! I haven't had that in a while. Felt like I should change from my usual Coke Zero. Got some orangeade. It's orange and it's nice. Where'd the loot? Archivist Servoscope. I will take that. Auto Strike and Power Sword. When the wielder serves the power sword, they immediately counterattack with whichever attack costs the least AP. Also grants 30% bonus to parry. On a successful hit with this power sword, the target. That is fucking good. That's really fucking good. Back into the fight. What's that do? That's good. Wait, what? That's fucking cool. Bursts cost 0 AP. Just fucking burst down cunts with it. Pardon me. Leto. Some good shit. Need to get her Melta proficiency. Till then. Wicked. Excuse me. Choking on vape because I'm addicted to fucking nicotine like a fucking fiend. Okay, so what's the best booties? How you doing, Zorak?
Let us not dawdle.
Let us not dawdle. I'm gonna snack on some chorizo. Oh, what this? Oh. It's some pretty good shit. Looks nice as well. Give me that. Give me that shit. That works. Whoa. Let's go. Atrium.
Money to be
This is
made.
looking much better.
Always keep your eye on the price. Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Okay. Guys, we can't get into there. Nameless Star. It's our next location. Void Duck. Nice. Shortly before our departure from Footfall, a group of messengers in luxurious garbs delivered a strongbox and several chests bearing the insignia of House Cilio to the ship. I suppose the use of gold-clad servants instead of servitors was an extravagant attempt by the navigators to draw the attention of the rogue trader. Considering the incident in the capital world, the Enforcer officers checked the Navis Nobilite gifts thrice. I am pleased to report that none of them threaten your, Lady Cassia's, or the crew's well-being. Having said that, a closer examination of the strongbox by the tech adepts revealed a data slice with a vid message addressed personally to you, alongside some kind of encrypted data. We dared not touch them without your instructions. Show me. As you command. Rogue Trader. We, Great Regent Aranto of Cilio, send greetings and hope this message finds you in good health. House of Cilio will soon hold a grand council within the Palace of Atlas, the holy relic that connects all navigators of our house. This meeting will take place not in the physical world, but in the world of thoughts, dreams, and visions. It is the only way to avoid bloodshed and decide the fate of the sacred child at last. Thanks to the Atlas, we feel that the soul of the child is full of dismay, and yet the rogue trader's words bear a lot of weight with the child, so he may soothe its anxiety and lead the child down the right path, the path of accepting its duty before the house and ascending the Novitor's throne. I hope you consider my offer, Arandas von Valancius, for it is in your power to not only strengthen the bond between our dynasties, but multiply your riches at the same time. The gifts accompanying this message are but an insignificant part of the great Regent's gratitude. May the God Emperor protect us all. I am told the message has been relayed to your cognator, Lord Captain. I hope the data did not get corrupted during playback or delivery. Decode the encryption hidden in the data slate. Yes, Lord Captain. A messenger server skull has been sent to the Omnissiah's servants' compartment. Once the data has been decrypted, I will notify you immediately. God Emperor protects, Lord Captain. Can I make holy munitions yet? No. Need a shit ton of wreck with the Drusians. Trophies. Shuri, the plan was to go to Footfall and help my gang, but the time is slipping through our fingers like sand. It may not mean much to you, but people die, and if I don't try and rescue them from the jaws of those void jackals, the name J. Hideri may as well be... What? What are you talking about? We just did that, you fuckhead. An urgent report from the servants of the Omnissiah. They managed to locate a second message on the House Orsilio data slate, hidden in the shadow of the first one. As soon as it happened, the machine spirit rebelled and started devouring the decrypted data. The acolytes of the cult Mechanicus are performing the rites to appease it and slow down the process of annihilation. What should we do? Display it right now. Rogue Trader. I had no doubt that your servants would find my trace. They are far cleverer than the ones employed by the great regent of House Orsilio. I feel extremely awkward that our first encounter took place under such unfortunate circumstance. Truth be told, I saw a worthy person behind the lofty title, only after fate put me on death's precipice. You hesitated to end my life despite holding it in your hands. Your noble deed gave me enough food for thought. Despite everything that transpired, I still believe we may become loyal allies to one another. I presume you already know that House Ocelio will be holding a grand council in the depths of the accursed Atlas very soon, and we cannot ignore the call, for we are bound to it against our will. But if you convince this Lady Cassia to reject the Atlas and break the centuries-old shackles binding our house, we could turn over a new page. Having said that, I will accept a different outcome. Should the child die, I'm not going to shed any tears. I will accept any choice, Rogue Trader, and people have nothing else to lose, but you could benefit from our friendship. There is an emerald among the stars of Martinius. My gift to you for sparing my life. Head through the storms and torments that need to. Very sorry, Lord Captain. The servants of the Omnissiah could no longer restrain the miscreant spirit's hunger. I hope you were able to see the vid message through to the end. Not quite to the end, but good enough, mate. Oh, easy. Kiavagama. Kiavagama's all the way over here as well. Oops. We can do that quickly though. Oh! The bridge. The bridge. How wonderful is it that I found you here. Please forgive me. My powers are sometimes too insistent in their attempts to break free from my control. You have made great strides in learning how to keep them at bay. I commend your perseverance. I came to deliver good tidings. I have spoken with the house's navigators through the Atlas. Of late, I can feel with increasing clarity how our connection is growing stronger. Despite the dissent in its midst, House Ocelio has been able to keep a precarious equilibrium, thanks in part to your unexpected arrival on Yuruk 5, and the resolution of the conflict at the Dargona's reception. Not all Ocelios concur with your decisions, but none can deny the impact that you, and no one else, have had on the house's present state of affairs. There is more I wish to tell you. It is about the visions that I have come to experience at an increasing rate during warp jumps. The same visions come to me again and again and again. It is as if I am going mad. For you see, these visions are about me, the Atlas, and Trysophone Arcelio, the house's previous Novator. I have seen Trysophone's experiments, the ones that involved the navigators from the Setala branch, which she was rumored to have destroyed for disobedience. But the visions told me an altogether different story, one where the Setalas helped Trysophone create the Atlas. They vanished immediately after the experiments were done with. Perhaps I can... no. I know I can find a way to the place of the Atlas if I recreate Trysophone's journey from my visions. Real place. Not the psychophysical illusion to which the Arcelio navigators can reach out. I have always had a feeling that it truly exists in our world. Now, however, I know it with absolute certainty. What else did they tell you? I saw Trysophone experience an epiphany in a dream. Just like my visions came to me on our travels through the warp. She beheld a planet behind roiling white warp storms. The world promised her great power, so Tristfoam gathered the Cetalas, her most devout followers, to go on a suicidal journey through the Tempest. I know not the details of what happened on that planet, but it was there that the Cetalas sacrificed themselves for an experiment of some kind, and it was there that House Celio obtained its Starway. For the first time ever, I have an opportunity to find the answers to the questions my mentors so deftly avoided. Why did Tristfoam choose me? What is the Atlas? Is it true that House Celio's past is drenched in blood? Please, Ahern Dusk, do not snap this taunty drawn string of destiny. My destiny. Journey with me in Tristfoam's wake to the distant stars. I will help you. The house is still watching me, both the renegades and the loyalists. I doubt that any of them will agree even to a brief armistice, for the sake of learning the truth about the Artless's origins. And I do not wish to see House of Celio lose even one more life to another fratricidal skirmish. No, I shall go after the answers about our past on my own. Very well, you should go alone. Thank you for understanding, rogue trader. And now, permit me to take my leave. I must start preparing for the journey. From what I have been able to glean, we must first travel to the Arcelio prophecy system. Hold that. Could it be that the historical records are lying, and Kaelin Arcelio is not who the star system is named after? Either way, that was the system which Tristfoam embarked on her journey. We are going to follow in her long-forgotten footsteps. Farewell. Investigation. You are informed about an ongoing investigation against you in the colony. Who is behind this is not known for certain. Restraint and calm. After a while, the rumors concerning the interlopers disappear. They have lost interest in you. bridge. We need to go to the bridge. I thought we just had to go to the system. Oh well.
Lord Captain, your ships, I have enjoyed.
Oh? Oh? Got anything interesting? Ah, you own it. Maybe we do just go to the planet then. Zakoil is dead. I have to go to the vape shops sometime soon. That's fine. I'll do that tomorrow. Possibly. Yeah, do that. Hi. That's exactly where we go. Is it? Recoilers. Colligers. The formerly Recoilger colony greets you with Vox silence. It would seem the ship has been deserted in the time you have been gone. Well, dismantle it. mine. The fuck? I don't know what that noise was. Scared. Well, thank you for whatever it was. My activity feed hasn't updated, so who knows? Oh. Let's go speak to Jay at the very least. Let's see. The insane. Jay?
Shireen, O glorious son of dozens of worlds and billions of subjects, have you come to converse with Jai Hidari about the sweetness of her soul? Or do you wish to speak to a trade representative of the Imperium? Well, does the guise of one of the most powerful people in the Expanse suit me?
like to see the real you, often as possible.
You sure about that, my lord? That can be arranged. Oh my, I beg your forgiveness, Shireen. I'm pretty sure the real me would earn herself a one-way trip to the airlock before the end of her first watch.
How's your gang faring?
Like you need to ask Shireen. These Ashmags and Kashaz are tenacious. They lick their wounds faster than the Aji themselves. Tora finally got an implant for her jaw. Now she can speak properly instead of braying like a toothless donkey. She's been recruiting strapping guys and gals too, because Falco called a Rex. May the Aji savage the soul of that interstellar piranha.
Well, you said you wanted to reflect on what has happened.
Oh, yes, Shireen. And here is what I think. Since the day we first met, I have been tossed about like a boat in a storm. Battered, dashed against the rocks, lashed by the waves. And then I was flung onto the shore, and a fabulous gift washed up beside me. A precious pearl of the deep. The Mercatum Tabula Officiale. And you know what? I enjoyed it. Yes, I was slammed face first into the rocks, and was up to my neck in water. But I finally had a taste of freedom. Just a smidge. Just a little bit. But it was enough to make me dream of it every night. Void, crack and take the Kasbalika and the cold trade. As for our mutual business, Sherry, I will remain your loyal partner if you desire. An equal partner.
It's your choice. All I can do is support it.
Then it is decided. Starting today, I will sail toward the future I choose. What a thrill it would be to ride the waves wherever they want to take me.
Yee. What was that about?
Nothing important, really. Just a small commercial matter.
And since when did that make you so nervous?
Fine. Maybe it's better to let you know.
Mercy and the Mission Circle want to see me. Quite the honor. I won't lie and say it's completely safe, but perhaps you wouldn't mind coming with me? We're the Mission Circle. High-ranking agents of the Kasbalika mission. They already know I took Falco's life, and they're about to hear that I want to take over his trade. But for that, I need their approval. Alright, I'll come with you. Thank you. Means a lot. It won't keep you away from important matters. Alright, I guess we're going now. The seats have been claimed. Now we discuss the trade. Survey. Not a J. White Fox to you all. Shingars. Checkners. Rogue trader Aaron Dusk von Valancius has come to our meeting to ensure that his interests will not be harmed. Greetings, your lordship. I am Mercy, the organizer of this gathering of upstanding and enterprising men and women. The jubilation that was engendered? Whatever. In my soul at the news of your visit has not overshadowed even by the host of questions it raised, primarily about how your interests came to lie in such a close proximity to ours, that I was granted the honor of seeing you at a meeting of the mission's highest circle. Questions arise and are resolved, and the wise should not darken their hearts with them. This circle will hear Jai Amira Farthrin Tamiri Ash Ifrit. I'm laying claim to Falco's business, his territory and his crew. He tried to take mine, and he lost, so now I will take his. And I want this circle to endorse my claim. Is that so? Can the circle agree to that? After all, Falco's sentence was not handed down by us, but by you alone. Does that mean that you now speak for us instead of us? A dangerous proposition. I am certain Jay's management of Falco's assets will be more profitable for the Casbalica. Falco was sloppy. He paid too much attention to side projects. My network of contacts is larger, and my patron is more powerful. I guarantee that revenue will increase by at least a third. Money can't buy a new head to replace one that's full of bullets. You're asking us to set a dangerous precedent. You are putting a bejeweled grenade in our hands, Shireen. Perhaps you have an argument to support your claim? You did not stop Falco from robbing me. You did not stop him from killing my friends. Has the circle voted for my removal? Not as far as I know. Either you admit that you allowed Falco to break the rules, or you have to act like they still matter. According to the rules, Falco was out of line, and I punished him, on your behalf, let's say. So his trade is my trophy, and the circle's reward for my trouble. You listened well, Shireen. You found yourself accused. And so you cast an accusation in return. A logical move. You discern an interesting mix of emotions in Mercy's eyes as he looks at Jay. Irritation, warmth, interest, even resentment. For him, she is something more than simply an opponent in a business negotiation. But what Vox will pick up your voice in the void? What friends will repeat Jay Hidari's words spoken here? The rogue trader? No. What friends in the organization? You have none. Though, you once did. Jay, if you want to get what is rightfully yours, now's the time to show your teeth. Only if I'm going to sink them into his throat. Otherwise, he'll pull my teeth and keep them as trophies. Trust me, Mercy is the vengeful sort. You're not going to let them fleece you, are you? You have a backup plan. The ease with which you read my heart frightens me, Shireen. Mercy, do you remember what you always scolded me for? You are too quick to deny the thought that you might deserve something, Shireen. That's what you said. Thank you for the lesson. This time I will not be humble. Volko's contracts are mine. Volko's crew is mine. Speak up if you disagree. The rest of you, at ease. Only short and bloody songs are born to the sound of weapon fire. You think you can force... You got the message, Mercy. You still have objections. Not an idiot. Not going to argue with a rogue trader and a loaded auto pistol. You still see Jay as the girl who needed your protection. Forget that girl. She's a different person now. It is true. She is a different person now. You could have warned me. Ooh. Okay. There's the Jay I remember. The one who first joined my retinue. I do believe we can consider this meeting closed. Most certainly. The Circle approves Jay Hadari's claim. Our trading is concluded. The representatives of the mission on my station undertakes to ensure that the interests of Mistress Hadari will not be harmed. What are you doing up here, Elliot?
Ilantak, I trust your journeys were fruitful.
Ah, Shireen. The burden of a trade representative of the Imperium is a hefty one, especially when said representative is dabbling in the cold trade on the side. Whew, it is exhilarating, as if everyone suddenly became allies and enemies at the same time. So how are you doing, oh precious apple of my eye?
See you later.
I have no doubt you will.
A firm.
To what do I owe this visit?
Lord Captain, your ship sports a multitude of peculiar colors. It is most exhausting. I have enjoyed your company.
Greetings.
mean, okay. We're going to do this then. Oh no, this. They have a star. Let's go see what their scale. There's an event. Okay. Abandoned palace. Let us land.
I always keep my options open.
Huh.
I'm still new to the art of
I always have a
exploring.
backup plan.
My pleasure.
Ooh.
And done. A job for me.
Let me in. Another one of these.
Keep your wits about you.
None are better at searching.
My warp side reveals something.
There's blood. Servitors.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Okay. Not attacking. At least yet.
One and it's done. And done.
Let us not dawdle. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
A lushly dressed, vaguely human-like carcass reclines back into a massive Calixian oak armchair. Calloused brownish-blue patches cover the dead flesh, overlapping one another like scales. The hands, claws of exposed bone, cradle a grotesquely bloated face. The creature's chest remains motionless, and its eyes stay tightly closed. Yet the muscles on the distorted face twitch ever so briskly when you approach. What? I want to leave this place right now. Speak up. Chrome Dresk Fro Vinel Yipped. God Emperor, hear your daughters, please. May you guide my hands such that this heresy no longer defiles the ground upon which your servants tread. Sharp scales break away from the dense skin with every shot as the creature's flesh explodes, reducing its ugly carcass to a bloody pulp. The mutilated face, completely stripped of skin, and even bones, grins at you with the demented smile of a severed jaw. The projectile strikes between the creature's glowing eyes, barely piercing the scale-covered forehead. The blood, black and viscous like tar, slowly runs down the malformed face. Light of the throne, I had to deal with mutants both in the sewers of Footfall and in the depths of the Underhives. But this one, did you see his eyes? They burn like embers in the empty eye sockets. Hungry. You have no idea how starved I am. And thirsty. Thirst cannot be slaked. They want to eat. It wants to drink. We are hungry. Eat, devour, eat, eat, eat. Welcome to my feast. Accessory must have been or whatever. Who are you? I will finally taste savory flesh again. Whoa.
Whispers are getting louder.
That's a lot of health. That's a lot of fucking health. Ouch.
Shield
Ouch.
If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. I understand your intent.
It.
If it serves your cause.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Fuck.
Another voice join my choir.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the servants?
If I must. I am not your Xenos pet.
It.
This tedium is beneath me.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Taking calculated risk is in my second nature. Who, if not me? Best defense is a good offense. It's as good as done. I'll see to it personally. On it. Who, if not me?
I understand your intent. If it serves your cause, ancestors guide me. If I must. Fortune favors the swift.
High momentum.
Here's my perfect moment.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. Ancestors guide me! If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet. Fortune favors the swift.
Okay, suck my dick. Did that not finish you?
I understand your intent.
High momentum.
If I must.
Don't get too cocky. How about no? I can do that, with the right incentive.
This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet. Are you moving? No more!
They'll write legends about me.
If it serves your cause. If I must. If it serves your cause, I'll deal death with my hands. Another soul slips beyond the veil. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause, ancestors guide me.
Don't get too cocky.
Will do. Was that you? Or... On it! Will do.
No! These
Ow.
ruby flashes are choking me!
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. If I must. I am not your Xenos pet. Fortune favors the swift. I understand your intent. Ancestors guide me! If it serves your cause, no weakness is hidden from my sight.
Momentum.
Isn't this a job for another foe painted black? In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
I am not your Xenos pet.
Dead.
Hear you moving, no more. If I must.
Easy peasy. It cannot be unequipped. Agility, toughness, and strength. Oh, that is very interesting. Maybe Adelard would do with it. Ability, toughness. Who can it be equipped by, though? It's tempting. It is tempting. I take it only I can wear it. Yes, only I can wear it. I'd have to completely respec is the one issue. I am really tempted to do it.
I always have a backup plan.
okay, I do not want to equip that thing that I got. It's a big bad, it make me into alien cannibal. So let's not do that. It's cool though. Isolate. Oops. Exploradores. There's a beacon. Having already studied the surface of the planet before, the augurs detected a suspicious zone with an unidentified object at its center. It must have been hidden previously by some force field. Now it is for some reason inactive. Having already studied the surface of the planet before, the augurs detected a suspicious zone with an unidentified object at its center. It must have been hidden previously by some force field, but now it is for some reason inactive. Immediately after the ship approaches close to the planet, a strange artifact from the homunculus's laboratory activates, trying to receive the incoming signal from the planet's surface. The black faces of the prism have started to emit a pulsating lilac light. The augur team reports that the source of the signal is a small beacon which cannot be studied from orbit. A group of living organisms is detected around the beacon. Scout team. A distinguishing sight unfolds before the scouts. In a sinister, high-fenced enclosure, hideous mutants crawl and writhe. Hundreds of ugly beasts, their shapes vaguely reminiscent of humans, squirm on several pairs of deformed arms and legs, incapable of attacking or doing much of anything else beyond crawling in the dirt. The creatures are riven with endless pain which seems to feed the Dirkari beacon. At the very center of the pen, a pulsating lilac light flows from the beacon. Activate it. The activated beacon on the planet emits a thin lilac beam, sending out a signal which is promptly accepted by the artifact on board. The prism unfolds into many small petals and shows a holographic image of a certain planet and corresponding coordinates. Bring the beacon to the ship. That's right. In response to the beacon's attempted removal, the collars and chains binding the mutants together suddenly activate, emitting a series of destructive impulses that slowly inflate and explode the beasts one after another. In nightmarish agony, writhing and shrieking from unbearable pain, the homunculus's victims are finally granted their deaths and long-awaited freedom. Yeah, I see that as a win. Void Station. Okay. Sure, but sure. Sure. Okay.
Keep your wits about you. I'll learn from this mistake.
Damn.
I always keep my options open. Always keep your eye on the prize.
You've already been here. Pirates. Fuck up some ships. Metal.
Ah, finally! Some real action!
Oh.
And so it will be with anyone who stands in our way.
Keep up the pressure. Fire at will! All hands, prepare for acceleration. Lance batteries, volley!
Dead.
Engage the engines. Make every shot count. Let them taste our fury. Coordinates set. Let the void sort them out. Helmsman, take us in. Fire at will. Lance batteries, volley! Macro cannons, open fire! torpedoes! Away! All hands, prepare for acceleration. With the force of a supernova. Fire at will! Let them taste our fury! Salvo! Launch batteries, fully. Helmsman, take us in. Fire at will. Let the void sort them out. Engage the engines!
A worthy contribution to Lady Theodora's legacy.
Hey. Gary. Crippled Xenos ships, barely visible in darkness of the space huddled together, not displaying any of the usual hostility. The Xenos are stuck in inactivity, entirely ignoring the rogue trader's presence. The Augur team has detected a number of damaged void ships, each afflicted with several system failures, bearing a few dozen living creatures. An attempt to identify their drive signatures is met with failure. The scanners pick up an exchange of data between the ships along an encrypted channel. Marazai recognizes the vessels as those of the breathing Tempest Cabal by their silhouettes and markings. The news that his Cabal warriors survived their insatiable kin's bloodthirst fills the Xenos with a grim resolve. Marazai turns to the rogue trader with a demand to leave the detected ships unharmed. Xenos yearns to meet with them in person. Go ahead. For a reward. Offers a sense of Disable. Some uncorruptive Xenos were against it, but Marazai's deadly hand took their lives before their arguments gained any weight. Good. I see that as a mutual beneficial exchange. Oh. Nameless star. Permission to speak, Lord Captain. The Orgard crew has registered activity in the orbit of the Quetzaltemer, one of the worlds of the Winterscale dynasty. According to the report, the Emperor's Vow, flagship of rogue trader Calgo's Winterscale, is positioned over the southern hemisphere. Lord Captain, this is it, right here, so very close. The quiet whispers, they won't stop. They keep buzzing in both my ears that my little door is somewhere on this world. Little door? Right, I need to take care of this flagship right now. Of course, I won't interrupt you any longer. Allow me to repeat, Lord Captor. The Emperor's Vow, the flagship of the rogue trader Calgo's Winterscale, has been detected in orbit of Quetzaltemer, one of the Winterscale worlds. What are your orders? Hail. It will be done. The Emperor's Vow sends its greetings to the glorious ruler of the Von Valancius dynasty. This is Ebert Abdev, His Lordship Calgo's Winterscale's Voxmaster, who has the honor of speaking on behalf of his lord today. The booming voice fills the air, starting a few murmurs on British. However, you feel that Erbrecht Abdev's ostentatiously confident tone is meant to hide his concern. I heard Calgos was hunting Xenos. Where is he now? I do not wish to offend your lordship, but I am the most senior officer aboard the Emperor's Vow at this moment. As for the Lord Captain, see, the Lord Captain had yet another heated argument with the esteemed Insignia Corda, and he had a very good reason for his displeasure. I dare not discuss his lordship's affairs, but I can divulge that we are set out to protect the dynasty's rightful demands from the invasion of the profane Xenos. This is how we arrived here, at the Quetzaltemer. There is no better hunting ground when you need to cool off your head. I believe the Lord Captain said, we easily crushed the pathetic mockery of a fleet that was laying siege to the unfortunate world, of course. Most of the Xenos fled, but we did reduce a few of their ships to chum for the void beasts. Now dairy feed. That means there are more Kruderach survivors than I dare hope. Elentach, I must go to this planet to find them. Just try and save them. I will help you find your kinspeople, and I am grateful to you, Elentach. Someone tells me the story does not end there. You see, your lordship, one of the Eldari ships crashed on Quetzaltemer, so the Lord Captain chose to descend and finish off the elusive prey. But he has not been able to find his way out of the local woods for over 30 days now, and this concerns me greatly. Anticipating the next question, your lordship, no, I am confident the Lord Captain is still alive. His body and spirit do not break easily, and besides, he is accompanied by Vorten the Grey, who would sell his soul if that helped to keep the Lord Captain out of harm's way. May Asuran protect his children. We must halt the frenzy of your stellar arrival, Elentach, or else by Isha's tears his subjects will not escape retribution. I will try and convince Calagos to seek a peaceful resolution to this conflict. Hurry up, or nothing is left to decide. Was anyone else with Calagos? A full hunting party, consisting of half 100 hand-picked enforcers, and his lordship's personal retinue, naturally. What do you want from me? Generous favour in return of a generous favour. Find Lord Captain Winterscale on Quetzaltemer, and bring him back to the Emperor's Vow. I swear by the Golden Throne that I will convince him to side with you in any conflict that occurs in the next 100 years. After all, I am allowed to make deals on the Lord Captain's behalf whilst he remains unavailable. Very well. I need more allies like Winterscale. Your Lordship, I bow before your courage on behalf of the Winterscale dynasty. The data transfer decree has been signed. My crew will send you the landing coordinates. The God Emperor's grace shine upon you for many years to come. Yes. Yes. Got fucking horrible muscle pain in my ribs. Let's see. Actually, how about this? I end today's stream right here. Went for 6 hours? I think that's long enough. I don't want to push myself too much. I want to go play some other games off stream, so about that. Anyway, I have enjoyed the stream. I hope you have too. I'll see you in the next